Hello, hello. How's it going? Here we is. This is it. This is gonna be it. The big finale for Ace Attorney, the Great Ace Attorney 1. That being said, once we're done this, we are definitely going to play the Great Ace Attorney 2. I'm very happy to just keep rolling through this. In fact, I dread the day whenever I do not have any Herlock Sholmes to appreciate. I don't know. We'll just keep appreciating what we have while we have it. Hello, Jack. Hello, Draco. Hello, lurkers. Hello, VOD folks. How's it going? Let us start. I have vague memories of where we left off. I'm pretty sure last we left off, we proved that Eggert Benedict was at the scene and was shot at the scene. So there was a third shot fired, but we only have 2 bullets accounted for from guns. So we gotta find out where this mysterious third gun came from. Probably Eggert Benedict, if I were to guess, but we're gonna find out right now. 17th of April, 12:41 p.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Oh god, I forgot I have to read for these characters that don't speak good. Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. Jenny! Are you alright? Why are you saying anything? It's so funny that the easiest characters to voice their English dialogue are the Japanese characters. When the English characters speak, it's always such a huge pain in the ass to do dialogue for them. But when the Japanese characters speak, it's great. They speak perfect English. Funny how that works. What's the point, eh? Why go through all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? What? Well, you saw it, that picture. What picture? You mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder? Yeah, would you kindly explain to us what was happening in this photo that we got of you brandishing a gun against him? I would love for you to explain what the frig you were doing in this picture. Because it's quite incriminating. It does not look good for us. Oh, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder? Oh, okay. Well, if I knew we were going to zoom in... Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Yeah, I mean, it was pretty bad for all of us. Surely you've got to have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Clearly, it was a gun-shaped cake. Yeah, she was just gonna give a gun-shaped cake to Windibanks. That's all it was. Of course I can, because I'm your lawyer. Humph. Jenny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Huh? Bruno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still. We'd really like to hear it from you. I really don't like having to try and piece together everything on the fly with no information. She is actually telling us. Oh, thank God. It was after we had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? We had to chat up in your office, didn't we? Yeah, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down the street to the 2-to-1. For Windibank's place, I had to know. The 2-to-1, huh? Iris' story was there or not? The Hound of the Baskervilles. I don't know what it's about or nothing. But if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like. Something what he don't want people reading. I already have a hard enough time reading normal English. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in lug with Windibanks for safekeeping. Okay. At least that's what I thought at the time. But you broke into window banks? I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all that was gonna kick off, did I? There. I struck the lock and snuck inside. Dark as you'd like in... It was dark as you like in there. Okay, never mind. I did read that right. It just isn't proper. So I gave the oil lamp in the corner a bit of a wick. And that's when... What do you think you're doing? I nearly died, I did. Next thing I knew... Try reading her dialogue like you were kicked in the head by an Uma. That might be tricky. This is when the picture... This is... Oh, Jesus. I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like... I don't know what. Gina, why the fuck did you do that? Gina, why did you do that? Ah, you're the girl who was here in the afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. The mantle script. Have you got it here? Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? A story? I beg your pardon? Hound of the something or other? It's here. I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see that it's here, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well then. Oh, Windibanks, you kind soul. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? Man. Oh, Jesus. Why did that picture have to take... Why did it have to take a picture at that very moment? So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. It was there all right. The mantle script. Sholmes wasn't lying after all. Did all that just to check for me, Jenny? Anyway. Then there was a bit of a kick-up outside the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brothers arriving at the scene. Yup. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. Dear me. There's some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about. I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. Better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you and... Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. Oh, poor Jenny. And with that, he took the gun out of me hands and walked back into the shop. I hung back in the storeroom like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. Sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, see? I was just about to go out to the store front room myself when... Two bangs. I heard a couple of shots go off. Two, I think. Almost at the same time. There he was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. He's right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it, quick as you like. Thought whoever shot Mr. Windibank might come for you? Yeah. I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. When I got the better look at him, I knew. Bummer. Windibank was a goner. I love that Windibank only chooses to use the gun against someone else to protect another. Oh, what? Windibank, what a hero. This revelation, this tiny scene that we've got to see of Windibank, it's earned him a lot of points for me. Before he was just like a goofy Ace Attorney character, but this like him choosing to confront them like this, what a cool guy. Felt funny in me, head all of a sudden kind of dizzy, and after that, I don't remember nothing. That must be when you passed out, Gina. You had gumption that he did. If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive. Aww. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. Aww. I'll be alright, Jenny, don't worry. Stay strong a little longer. Bruno's about to pull the real culprit through the mill. Okay, so she didn't actually see. There were 2 bullets fired in succession, though. That cove, what was there in the afternoon? That Eggert Benedict. Yep. Don't remember how he looked at me like I was nothing. E was here last night. Okay. So you did see him? We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Well, apparently he works as like an informations officer at the same place as juror number 5, I think they were. 4. Anyway, thanks for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. What? You can leave it in Bruno's capable hands now, Jenny. Mr. Naruto. Yeah? How come you trust me? I don't get it. If she has... Oh my god, I just realized now. If she has a crying animation, I'm gonna lose it. I won't be able to handle it. Oh, Jesus. I think she's 5. I think the old surgeon is 4. Ah, okay. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Ian McGilded told you a whole pack of lies. She did do the hidden tear thing. I'm thinking like Maya. Like Maya has a crying animation that the first time I saw that, it like broke me. Oh, gee. No, I could never forget that. Oh. Did what I thought was best at the time. The pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were? Before I left glorious Nippon, I was accused of murder. Strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who had done it. Oh, Runo. There was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. God, Ace Attorney is so peak. Ace Attorney is so good. Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me and I'll do the rest. Yeah, maybe he shouldn't bring that up. I was so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute unwavering belief in him. It's so good. Since then, I came to realize, you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. Aww. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver and no good liar. You're not like McGilded. I know that. Huh? That's right. You're our friend, Jenny. Iris. Iris. We know you better than you think. And we come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yeah. That's really all we need to know. Exactly. Mr. Nara Odo, I... This is so good. Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head to the courtroom immediately. Yeah, of course. Thank you. God. This music is like a cheat now, too. I hear this music and immediately just cuts through me like a damn knife. I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time. I knew only too well how hard it was to put all your faith in another. I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. That at last, the final chapter, the final battle. Wish me luck, Susato-san. I hope you're watching over me too, partner. Oh boy. So friggin' good. It's so friggin' good. Hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? I gotta blow my nose 1 second. Oh boy. Subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. Can't wait for you to finish the sequel. I can fully just gush about how much I love these games. Oh god, I can't wait. Huh, I see. And let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's braces of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yeah, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. Humph. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. Don't say that while brandishing your gun. My lord! The subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Eggert Benedict. Didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon. Certainly not like this. Yes. Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord. As an upstanding member of London society, it's my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, communications officer. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London's Central Communications Station. Now, perhaps someone would kindly explain what all this is about? You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume? Yeah, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. Brother, you're gonna have to... Very bold of you to go straight in and say, yep, nope, I wasn't there. I was not there. Because now it's going to look real bad for you if you have to concede and go, okay, I was there, but... It really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Oh, Jesus. Somehow I forgot how much of a goober this dude was. Gladly, my lord. Gladly. Damn, right into it. The accusation. Surely, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. Are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some scaramouche? What the hell? Detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. That bit is fair, I guess. We'll just start playing roundabout when he gets you in a corner. No. Yeah, so you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. The will of the jury in our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. It would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you'll be free to leave immediately. Good. Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation, at least. Not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. So we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies. You are... This sleazeball. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so, Ashley Graydon. Enchanté. So. Whoa. Ah. I trust we can conclude this quickly. I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. Whoa. Like he brought back the theme of McGilded. Oh, it's been so long since I've heard McGilded's theme. Is he using McGilded's theme? Occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. Yep. Hold it! Fine, but tell me more. Yeah, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place in the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Eggert Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made your... The witness is here to testify about events that took place that night. Fair. He's under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. Inappropriate? So he's gonna be evasive, is he? In an effort not to give anything away. Could be tricky. You're suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place at the night of the murder? You seen these two men before? This pair? No. I don't associate with criminals. Led by a man who introduced himself as Eggert Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer over there in black. This is a farce! Oh my god. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyways? Well, needless to say. They're just wee lads, isn't it? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Hold it! Oh boy. Where were you around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That's past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that?
Objection!
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend, for you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. Your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene. Let's see some evidence. The obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. We'll fulfill that obligation before pulling any more unreasonable questions to the witness. Oh my god. Silent victory wiggle. Thanks. Victory wiggle! Huh.
Hold it!
Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. He literally styled on you. He did. He did a friggin' Fortnite dance on me. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis had positively identified substance as such. Is this the jabroni who killed Windabag? Probably. Highly likely, yes. I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be so sure that that blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate— Spare me the science lesson! Who is this Sholmes character anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a great, well, a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, aren't we? Sir?
Excuse me.
You seem to have reacted. You have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? What? Me? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I've had it up to here with this. How many times do I gotta tell you? Yes, I know. You're not big bruv sulky. We're talking about Nash. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Coy blimey, Governor. You what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Grayson just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? Me thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing, honest, Gov, nothing. I was just thinking, if he waves his arms around like that a bit more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all. I was praying for this. Okay, if Mr. Eggert Benedict has a gunshot wound, then that's why we heard 2 bullets go off almost simultaneously. Because Windibank's got a shot off on him as well. What wound? Where he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. it ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him and... Oh, Ells Bells! Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon? Odds, break out the metal detector. I refuse to this. He never got the bullet removed. No way, it's still in the arm. I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. At the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Oh, never mind. Yeah, I forgot the bullet was in the calendar, so it must have just been clean through his arm. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir? The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand as if in pain? No, I refuse. You've shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to the common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where the fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at that insinuation that I was in any way involved. I claim to have nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Wenning's pawnbrokery. What about the disc? My lord! The defense would like the last statement to be added to Mr. Grayson's full testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. I don't know how many times I've accidentally said Grayson, but I keep wanting to say Grayson every time I read his name. Bottom line is I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroker. Okay, yeah, sure. So anyways... Well, wait, do I want to give them the bloody ticket? Was this the ticket he gave him? RRP owned by the victim in the form of handwritten notes on the back of the phone. Or is this the one? I know I could probably just give them the disc. I assume it's either the disc or the item claim ticket that he brought in. I'm just gonna do the disc.
Objection.
Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? It's supposed to mean something? Yeah, we know. You can't read good. This disc was, until the day of the murder, in pawn in Mr. Windibank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there's a small smear of blood on the disc. Oh yeah, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps? That's right! The surface of the disc is now covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, well, the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of a smear of blood. The thumb of the person in question must bear remnants also, in the form of a scratch! Good gracious, indeed it must! Mr. Graydon! At this point, we're just asking him to strip for the court. We were like, hey, take off your jacket so we can see your arm. No, I don't want to. Take off your glove so we can see your hand. I mean, he's just going to say no again. You refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? You went to the Shaggy School of Defense arguments. I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Ah! Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. What? What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now? You admit that you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant? This should be damning. This should be damning whenever somebody is caught just straight lying like this. Well, Mr. Graydon, it appears there's been something of a misunderstanding. I did not attempt to take the disc as you put it. No, quite the reverse. But what are you trying to say? Really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Not 5 seconds ago, you just said, I've never seen this. I don't know what that disc is. Am I supposed to have seen that? I don't know what this is. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of the pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. But I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. I want to, like, strangle these people whenever they're like, they come on to the, and they're like, you're under oath. You can't lie to us, okay? You got to be 100% truthful. And then they're like, yep, absolutely. I have no idea what this is about. I have no idea about any of this. I've never even seen this pawnbroker. I've never been there before. And then we're like, yeah, you have. And then he's like, yeah, I was. Good job, defense attorney. I underestimated you. If I would want to launch this man into the sun after that crap, man. It is just the worst. The disc. There's a note on the disc saying, for McGilded. The item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Not bad, streamer boy. The game underestimated you. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Yeah, that one. Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder? Yes, my lord, the one and the same. Good lord, Mr. Graydon! Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Order? Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in this courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in the pawn on the fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibank's. Funny that Mr. Grayson here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windibank's in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. Counsel, commence your cross-examination, please. Oh boy. The disc. Okay. I will be back in big uno momento. What does this say? Okay. I can grab ice. Woo! Let's say 41 seconds. Feel free to count. I think I was even faster. Not bad, Cashew. Not bad. Okay. There's a note on the disc saying for McGilded. The item belongs to me. Speak on this.
Hold it!
Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having myself misplaced my purse whilst on an errand. So I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claim that was your overcoat? Obviously, and in my haste, I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket. And yet, there is a note on it that reads, for McGilded. I'm a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city, and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. In gentlemen's clubs? Oh, the disc. So the disc in question, it's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. Then you forgot that it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly. Tina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Means if we dug too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Uh-oh. Oh dear. This is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being. Redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling on the day.
Hold it!
So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious? What the hell? Areas her kind frequent. Miss Lestrade did no such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance. But the girl is a regular offender. Came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you into Windibanks. Get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc.
Objection!
My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense! I concur with the prosecution. You are a font of nonsense. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be. Okay. Have you ever been to Windibanks before? Only once, for the purposes of pawning something. But like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishment. When you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her. Is this correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course. Such is the art of the pick purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once, in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. Ah! He can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. Lies, slander, conjecture, flim-flam, and shenanigans! Etc., etc., etc. Hello, Allegum, how's it going? In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. Oh, I forgot to press him on that. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that night.
Hold it!
Perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items? Nope, not at all. Oh. Alright. A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac? Common or garden bric-a-brac. What the heck? In that case, it's clear. The D&D prep this week. Haven't even had time to go back and see you beat Link to the Past. Oh, it was a good time. And it was a good game. But hey, I hope your D&D prep goes well. Broke into the shop later in the day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc. You not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, I may recall that it was seized by police that afternoon. No more in that shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. Now, am I misremembering? Because it was so long ago. It was like a month ago or something. The first time we interacted with Eggert Benedict. I could have sworn I remembered a conversation along the lines of, where's the other one? And then them being like, huh? I can't remember if he was the one who was saying it or Gina, but I feel like somebody was insinuating that there were 2 discs. And I can't remember who said it, but I feel like that conversation happened. Common or garden variety, bric-a-brac, clutter, knickknacks, odds and ends, tchotchkes even. The word came back. The very next day. We thought it was a goner, but the word came back. These are true memories that he wanted another. Oh, okay. So there was nothing of Mr. McGilded's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man could be after. Out of curiosity. I wonder if that's really true. Bruno, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble. Gilded slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Windibanks. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. No doubt about it. That witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. The police were obviously after anything left behind by Mr. McGilded as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. But Gregsy's being very strange about all this. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. Okay, we didn't get to press, but the police took it.
Hold it!
Yeah, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. It was the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr.
Right?
Scared the shit out of me. I actually jumped. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence.
Excuse me.
Gregson, is something wrong? Well, what do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seems to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life. Yet, he had a dark side, too. Ah! Where are you going with this, Von Zieks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of this nefarious activities. That's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. Shove my fish and chips back into my pocket. Bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. Oh. What's all this about? Like there's something going on between Gregson and Von Zeeks here. Are they suspecting that Zeeks killed Gregson, maybe? Or sorry, not Gregson, Jesus Christ. Killed McGilded? Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord. Huh. What was this for again? Small box. Hilda did die from the Reaper's curse. True. Manuscript. Today's paper is a freaking thing? Did I already read this? I did. Because we were like, we're gonna make the title something better. Next one is gonna be Gina's a hero or some crap. I mean, there's no way we just have to show him the disc again and be like, the disc. No. Okay. Put me into story mode. It was the small box. The disc was deposited at Windibank's and Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself. Objection. Conjecture again. And in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. Witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night. Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. I love that we've started to turn this back around on Ziggs. What? Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Windibank's. As this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. Ah! There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windibank's pawnbrokery. And the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. It's always so good when you call him Learned Fred. It's so good. Ah! Huh. The second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd! Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. Huh. That's a good point. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument. That means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it? Uh-oh. It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Be a little less cryptic, Lord Von Zakes? You hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windibank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious! Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from the one of the detective's security cameras. Ah, Hurley's red-handed recorders again. As previously explained, using this plan of the shop layout, victim established was furnished. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One set was to capture the counter where Windibanks received his customers. The other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, the gilded small box had been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident at 9 p.m. on the 13th of April to be precise. Which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items at the shop front. Now what I have here is a print taken from one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on 15th of April. Huh. Victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. This one that has the thingy under it. Then we have another print. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident. Give me these pictures, Mr. Phone Man. I swear to God, if this box was budged ever so slightly, I swear to God. I see. We have 2 pictures to compare. Doesn't look like it was budged. Something's different about it, though. Maybe? Stenographer. Stereoscope. That's the one I was looking for. Eyeballing it between the 2 of them? I can't see anything. A single item moved, but which one? Oh, God. They're gonna make me click on it, too. Cross your eyes, VTuber. Unlock the truth. I can't do it. I can't cross my eyes. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. I see what moved. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one possible motive of the case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men had already compared the 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of those 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. Fair. I mean, if it's a box, I mean, surely they could have just opened it up and taken whatever was inside the box and then closed the box again. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Arrgh! I don't believe it. I could have just shown that he'd stolen Mr. McGilded's pawned box. To do his Fortnite dance. I may have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Runo? I've been thinking. I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same. God. What? So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? No! I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these 2 photographic prints somewhere? Use a piece of evidence, point out a discrepancy? There's no discrepancy? Okay, well, apparently you guys can see something, so I'm gonna say point out a discrepancy. I don't think I have evidence to prove that anyway. I wasn't sure at first, but there is a clear discrepancy between these 2 prints. What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy in which you speak. This is fucked up. This is crazy. Okay. Let's start using our cross-eye powers. I felt like because it was on top of that, like, napkin thing, it had to have been that music box. But I don't see anything with the music box that's different. Apparently everybody sees it but me. Oh, you yield VTuber? Not yet. On the right side. I yield. I yield. I can't find it. I don't see it. I'm trying my hardest. I'm looking over here. I'm looking over here. I'm looking at whatever the fuck this is. I'm looking at these guys up here. I'm not seeing anything that's different between the two. The thing in front of the picture frame, bottom right. It's a box in front of a picture frame. Oh my god! This friggin' thing! There's like a can of coffee or some crap.
Take that!
Bless you. Thank you both. His eyes, monitors broken, etc. Granted, these two pictures are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? When you view the two pictures stereoscopically. Well, almost looks like a huge snuff box or something. Single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. Let me wait. Unbelievable. By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. I don't think you have to cross your eyes for that. Now that I could see where it was just clearly moved. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilda's small box was indeed not stolen from Winnebago's on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilded is in fact, yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints? Mindless guesswork. What if it was? Oh, so if a box was moved on the shelf, nothing was stolen. Which means, quite simply, that nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Alright, McGilded's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? It changes nothing. I believe this changes everything about the case. Because why else would it be moved? How would that... And you couldn't explain it as like, oh, well, they had a scuffle. Maybe it was knocked over. Because nothing else was altered at all. It was the only thing that was moved. And it just so happened to also be that box. The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. Pray tell, what was in the box, my learned friend? I would love... Exactly, thank you. as soon as somebody starts talking about the possibility that something could have been inside the box, because right now everyone's just like the box, just the box, it's just the box. What do we do with boxes? In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside the box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windobanks as we speak. That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Von Zeeks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. It's also a little bizarre that, like, in other Ace Attorney games, I feel like the judge, you really have to fight. You really have to fight to get the judge on your side and to overrule the prosecutor. I feel like when the prosecutor is objecting to you, 99% of the time the judge is just like, yep, makes sense to me. But in this game, in the Great Ace Attorney, very, very often the judge is like compelled to believe you and shutting down the prosecutor. More than any other Ace Attorney I've seen, the judge is like overruling the prosecutor. It's almost bizarre. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. Cool. Poor Zeeks is fighting for his life out here. I find it interesting that when people use by Jove, they mean by Zeus. Really? Did that just like change over time? At least etymologically. Ah. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Huh? Disappointing. Disappointing! I beg your pardon, Lord Von Zeeks? This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponese specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet, common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly! It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. We don't know what was inside the box. Huh. Oh boy. Jupiter and Jove were the other names for Zeus. Oh. Huh. Another Eastern sorcery. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. Brother, I've said it before. This is a dance, okay? This isn't a one-way street. We're doing this together. And if I made a guilty man innocent, you can't blame me for that, motherfucker. You gotta look in the mirror and be like, maybe I could have done my job better if the facts of the case were that they were guilty, but I wasn't able to prove it. I guess, you know, the whole forging of evidence and lying and getting witnesses, when you do that, it becomes a lot more complicated. But I think it's kind of crazy for Zeeks to be like, hey, good job defending the evil bastard, by the way. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. Black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. Like how Zeke's is. What? No, it was gold or jewels, was it? Though, thank goodness McGill is rich enough. They deposit cash at a pawnbrokery. I'm quite certain of that. I feel like how Zeke's is clearly about finding the truth. He just also happens to carry the racism with him. Yeah. That darn racism. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. Oh god. Yeah. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by the fine citizen could have. Ah. Well, counsel, your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? Well, the matter, Runo? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yeah, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilded's true character. And we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. Oh no! And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. But, Jenny, could it be Van Zeek's nose? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? But maybe. It could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry? What do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it you always say, Bruno? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time. Alright. The exact significance of the things that McGilded deposited with Mr. Windibank. Something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? The truth will come out eventually, no matter what. Have Gina testify. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh? What proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilded's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? For what end? To do with the various articles deposited at Mr. Windibank's by Mr. McGilded, my lord? Discs look like they must contain coded information of some kind. Something maybe. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. To prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing? In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing, and indeed your own? I have. Lord Von Zeeks, would you care to explain that last remark? Oh. Prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Oh boy. Very well. You have no objection. Oh. The court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Two witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. Ooh. As you wish. Alright then, Gina. It's time. I know this will be hard, But please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Bruno. Boy. The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Windibank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's a music box style disc, or I'll eat my hat. We do know that it is a music box disc. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. Ah. Well, sorry. We know that it is a music box disc. I say in heavy quotations because we also tried to play it on every music device that we had, and we couldn't find one that would actually play it. So we were like, I mean, it makes sense because there's so many different versions of music boxes in these discs that we just didn't happen to have the combination. It's possible that it just looks a whole lot like a music box disc and it's actually something else, but we don't know that yet. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now, here we are all again. The same players in that trial, facing each other once more. I've missed some stuff then. Ignore me. Hey, no problem. I also love to be actively theorizing about what the hell's happening as I play these games. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Oh boy. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaster was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder, in fact, took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on, as indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor this small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade, you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Ah! Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. But remember, little girl, it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago. The Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. I mean, she can... she was literally under threat of death from McGilded, or worse. Perjury is perjury. And naturally, you'll lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Jenny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Bruno now. Iris, we're on your side. Alright then. I'll talk. The right choice, Gina. Well, it seemed that my learned friend, hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pawned articles in that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, will now give your testimony before the court about the events of months ago. Will reveal the truth. Commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. That's it then. Everything's gonna come out. Like Von Zeke said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Witness testimony. The real truth of the omnibus case. Truth is, the brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. Oh man, this himbo can't keep up. This himbo can't keep up? Hello, Cameron. How's it going? All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me, Ed, and that pair of the roof deck went off to call the slops? That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop about, he threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Good grief, this is outrageous. Truly, truly, truly outrageous. What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. Oh, the himbo judge. As you say, my lord, it was Beppo. No! Not poor sweet Beppo. Anybody but poor sweet Beppo. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in Mr. McGilded's trial. Sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. Motherfucker, you were tasked with proving that he was guilty, and you failed. You can't come after me for that. I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. That McGilded fellow was rotten to the core, just like that pickpocket. Don't forget that trial from the lawyer from the East. They were all in it together. You're wrong, the lot of you. Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it. Humbug. Uh-oh, the jury's not gonna like that. I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free. Was it really Beppo? Not poor sweet Beppo. Have faith in Beppo. Unforgivable. Stop! The lies have to stop! Stop! Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilded's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. In the depths of calamity you've just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruto. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruto. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Real truth of the omnibus case. Okie dokie. Get working. You're hiding in the cabin at that time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats? Yeah, that's right. Pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me I had to say. It's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well. If I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They just kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business dealings of some kind. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. Pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe, and then, all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was bloomin' loud and all. I believe you let out an involuntary scream? Yeah. That's what gave me away. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw the disc on the floor.
Hold it!
Curiouser and curiouser. Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor. This disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but McGilded picked it up pretty smartish. Then he sat with cove, and then he sat the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat. Jesus Christ. What did he say to you at that time? He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to anyone. About the disc and all. I was dead scared, the way he was looking at me, I thought. If I didn't get along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions, like what my name was and where I lived and all that. He asked me about being a diver too. After a while, what happened in that carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise. Rapping? Sorry, Calliope? All of a sudden I heard a scream from over my head and the pair on the roof deck went to call the slops. Ah yes. First Winnie and do-gooder, something like that. There were 2 gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. And they screamed. The driver pulled up the horses and McGilded got me out of sight. Okay. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt and the 2 coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside. Driver, yeah. He also testified in the trial, I believe. Beppo. There he is, the grand master of this whole operation. Jack the Rapper. Oh, no way. Fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. What did McGilded and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened, and stuff like that mainly. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. Pawn shop obviously being Windibank's on Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in this trial as well? Perhaps the excursion? The pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Pulling strings like he's playing a guitar solo, that dastardly Beppo. Indeed, Lord Von Sleeks. McGilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. Folded it up all careful like before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, That coat and what's in it's gonna be worth a few bob. Yeah, Gina was sure that the disc would be worth more than Mr. Windibanks was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when McGilded flashed him some brass in his face. He went running off at a tick. Click? Then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. Threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I heard. Yeah. Threatened you how exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scarp her if I did exactly what he said. Huh. Scamper? Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago? Yeah, that's it. There was one other thing he said. Told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. Ticket? Well, I never. Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug to stop it from being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really? Why on earth would McGilded have done such a thing? You gotta read her dialogue like you have brain damage. Have yourself a bottle of water in it. Scarper to flee. Usually some form of authority. Oh, I've never heard that before. Depositing his overcoat with the pawnbroker before the arrival of the police. Makes no sense at all. There'd seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilded had the driver deposit at Windibanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go. So I legged it before the coppers showed up. Game is a gourmet goddamn English class. Well done, Gina. Can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. Jeannie's really... Jeannie? Oh, it is Jeannie. Jeannie's really putting her faith in you, Runo. Yeah, thanks to her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial is over. I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. Time to really go for it. Press her on every statement. I suppose I should. Oh, and another thing. What's that? Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other this entire time? Yeah, that is strange. Like they're having a secret discussion about something. What the hell? I'm sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. Story mode? Story mode wants me to press this? Again? Are they gonna freak out or something? Weird. Story mode? So they got me to press twice on that one for some reason? Hello? What? Okay, if I hit story mode, I press this. And now, am I allowed to just...
Excuse me.
Oh. Okay, interesting. Inspector! Mr. Graydon! Ah! Blimey, you trying to give me a heart attack? We've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is this discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? All the other ones, sunshine. Think I've got anything to talk about with this shady gent like this? I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. They've clearly been talking this entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. As if they've been negotiating. Uh-oh. Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. Negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. The parties involved began to quarrel over price. The Gilded took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way, although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, the Gilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I don't know what I should do with the ticket. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the Cove died right after his trial. I knew that. You decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Miss Lestrade, if you would appear... It would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. You know why that would be? Eh? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. You can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. My lord! The box? The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. It's an empty box. Oh. The mysterious little box deposited by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. To be continued. I mean, is it not just going to be an empty box? We're going to see the box and then go gulp, open it up. And then we're going to see it's empty. And then prosecution is going to be like, it's an empty box. How unsurprising. I would also go yes. Because contents were taken by Egbert. Then they're going to go, what? Can you prove that? And I'm going to go... So this is the article in question, is it? Who can say? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago, on the night of Mr. Windibank's murder. The only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, quick, open it up and let's see what's inside. Oh my god. Never mind, it's got some bullshit. The music box! Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow. Although in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. Stereography guy has been awfully quiet recently. So here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's discs deposited at Windibank's at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not Mr. McGilded's disc. It was the disc of the victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? The teacher, I believe this answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Incoming Resident Evil clown basement. Yeah, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Wait, my lord! Good grief. What's the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music. What the hell? This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understand what happened. Prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is police property. No, you can't. Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. Play that funky music, learned Nipponese boy. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Ah! No further delays, please. Play the disc. Might need 2 discs. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. No. Oh my god, juror number 5! No way! Juror number 5, we need you! We need you! This is fucking Morse code! It's just the same note playing over and over again in a regular sequence. Huh. Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. Oh my god. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised. The officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Oh my god, could you imagine? Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that the music box offers little in the way of clues. Brother, that's Morse code. Come on. Are you ready to move on, counsel? No, come on. Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a clue? Could be a clue. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can this be? It's an abomination, counsel. More noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange. I agree. There's one thing bothering me. Maybe it doesn't sound so strange if you're a communications officer. Dun dun dun. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him, a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound and he's familiar with it somehow. That's making him appear extremely on edge. That's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend. Riddle me this. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? The defense believes that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. Ooh. I love it. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley. I miss Herlock.
Objection!
Oh, where's Sholmes when you need him? Sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now you've told us what they are not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind? Because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. Blimey, Sholmes has done it again. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Bruno? I've just examined the music box very thoroughly, and I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Alright. Well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Ah! Could it be? Is this what those sounds are? Oh my gosh. Something's just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like this one the music box makes. Yup, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm gonna have to press the defense for an answer. Your assertion is that the music produced by this music box is not, in fact, music at all. Then what the devil is it, Counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimonies we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. Prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. We need a learned Nipponese friend counter. I feel like that's the 12th time I've read that this stream. We've only been going for less than 2 hours. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm gonna get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, I'm gonna join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds of this music box is... sorry, evidence? I wanted to, like, point to the juror, to juror number 5, or be like... Uh-oh. We will continue to hear learned Nipponese friend until morale improves. Story mode? I have no idea.
Take that!
Today's paper. I really I missed whatever the hell was in here that's relevant. I thought it was just talking about how, what's her name was guilty. Oh. No, wasn't there something in the paper talking about, like, espionage or something? Like somebody stealing information? Oh, okay. The leaked government info. Yeah. The headline is Pawnbroker perishes in Pitpark's plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I've heard that international transmissions are along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. Presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams. Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Oh, me, sir? Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yeah, that's correct. The particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports? Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? Huh? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. Bears more of a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it! Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer! Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets and Morse code? Quick, Morse code expert, translate this for us. Although I don't think you're allowed to say out loud what you hear. Maybe, I don't know. This is complicated. Order, order. Please, everyone, order. But this is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? What is this capital punishment? Wow, you actually want the smallest raccoons I've ever seen. Sorry for everything. You're dumb. Wow, you actually want the smallest raccoons I've ever seen. I'm sorry for everything. You're dumb? Cool. I don't understand what you're trying to say. Raccoons? I don't know what you're saying. I hope you're doing well. The sorts of words I'd half expect you to know. Oh, yeah, because he's the bad man. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yeah, and on that night 2 months ago, there was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. Feels like an input error. Yeah, I think it was an autocorrect, I assume. I meant to say, you're the smartest raccoon I've ever seen before. I always thought you were dumb, and I want to apologize for that. Thank you? I'm not a raccoon, actually. I'm a cat, but I appreciate the compliment. But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word. In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. Never thought of it that way. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. You're not as dumb as you look, type shit. That's not the first time we've heard that today. He would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night, because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Oh, are we gonna double team him now? Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. Yeah, we're double teaming him. Real dwarfs, real shorts. I am wearing shorts. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. I love these moments in Ace Attorney whenever the prosecutor starts working with you, where you're just like, we both just want the truth, and then it starts to become like a 2v1 against the bad man. Oh god, it's so good every time. This is a real one 15% of the time, every time. You know what's a shame about the racism? The rampant racism. The damn shame. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windibanks. That being a most flagitious offense? What the hell? For which the law of this land sanctions of capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less a serious crime. I urge you to bear in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. Ah. Gregson, maybe? Oh! What the hell? You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor? We've got things to say. I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. But we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. What? That's right. We're what they call... the three Skulkin brothers. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. What? What the hell? Okay. Everyone has faults. His just happens to be the most prodigious casual racist of the era. Oh boy. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with Mr. McGilded anyway, wasn't it? I have no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like we were told to do. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we would never have touched it. What? Okay. Mr. Skulkin? One Mr. will do, Governor. What's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here? We did, Gov. We did. Sick. Okay. Quieten down? Quieten down, please. What do you say to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these 2 ruffians are referring to. You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Oh, man. Flagitious. I actually had to look it up. It means scandalous, vicious, shamelessly criminal, most likely related to flagrant. Ah, okay. My boys. I love this. This is good. Ah! Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it to the court record as evidence. Okie. Music box appears to be able to play a single tone. It was deposited at Windibanks 2 days before the black overcoat. Or with the black overcoat. Or the black overcoat? Cross-examination! But before that... take a... oh. Oh. What is it, Runo? I've just noticed something about this music box. Looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. You're right. Come on then, what are you waiting for? Let's open it. Crack that evidence open. Alright, here it goes. So this is why you need 2 discs. Look at that. There's another movement on the underside. That mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? Yeah, I think so. It looks like 2 movements are linked together. They're linked. So if you had 2 discs, they would both play back at the same time. Curiouser and curiouser. You need dots and dashes. I don't want to think about that again. Could you imagine if they were like, okay, Runo, here you go. Here's a basic Morse code. Dots and dashes. Here's the alphabet. Here's whatever. Now let's listen, and we have to decipher it. There ain't no way you're gonna make me do that shit again. Not after the friggin' bomb game. Would have thought there'd be a second movement on the underside of the box. And this movement's like the other one. The comb teeth are all the same length. This movement also only produces one single tone, like the other one. Yeah, it must do. Who can say? Don't even. Except that the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same. The single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note. But the notes they produce are different. Music box that can only play two tones. Yeah, the former gilded disc sits in the music box the man deposited at Windibanks. Couldn't be a more perfect fit. There's no question then, this disc was designed to be played in this music box. But despite that, the sounds it produces are neither musical nor do they appear to have any meaning. This doesn't make any sense. Wonder. Perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all of its secrets yet. Curious! Well, I'm gonna have to come across that second disc at some point. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Speak on this. Was this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with the sensitive information. Oh no, stop! Must say something, stop! Oh, hi, how's it going, Juror 5? Let me guess. Juror number 5. We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Graydon is a highly skilled operator, currently in presence of idol? Oh, okay. You had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, huh, Mr. Graydon? Well, what of it? Transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent enciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, must say something. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. Wow, juror number 5 is really like coming to our savior here. Every time friggin' Graydon is like, yeah, I don't know about that, juror 5 chips in and goes, actually they do know about that. And he's received the top prize at the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. Oh my god. Ash, were you familiar with the term movement and motion before this game? Yes? The term movement and motion? Yeah. I believe. Yes, if they're the same words I'm thinking of. He's Hiroshi, I can tell that now. Graydon is highly skilled operator, currently in presence of idol. You've said that before. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you'd keep your mouth shut. You should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent. On listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch. He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. I'd be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson here in court? No, no, no. Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes. Short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. E. For example, this is A. This is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it it's the same in everything. But there's no discernible meaning to the apparently random sequence of sounds. Huh. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. Movement or motion refers to the inner workings of clockwork. It's like watches, so a Swiss motion watch manufactured in a certain way that is different from things like a Japanese motion watch. They did briefly talk about that with the music boxes, yeah, how the construction is so different that we couldn't even figure it out. Get in there, Catboy, translate it up. I can't do it. No! Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? A music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspirations in the future. What? Stop. Nothing to say but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. There'd still be something I haven't considered. Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? I mean, I only have one disc, so I can't say give it a try. I assume I have to come back to this, and once I have the second disc. But maybe if I say give it a try, they'll be like, explain. I'm just scared it's gonna say, okay, present a piece of evidence, and then I'm gonna get whammied because I don't have another disc. I'm gonna say give it a try, but there's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least. Objection! My hope is that they say, okay, can you prove that? And then I look at the box, story mode it. You're right, I should have done that. Whammy! Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and dashes. Yeah, that I'm well aware of. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You'd better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only one single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? Pop it open. Weird that I can't speed this dialogue up. Another movement on the underside. God, I can't wait for Hollow Cure to come out. I just keep I can't stop thinking about it. Every time they post another preview, I'm just like bouncing in my chair, like gonna go so crazy.
Got it.
Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box? What? It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Brother, my PTO is ready. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot, and a long dash. With the second disc in place, the music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. Good. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry? His poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. So, of course, if my learned friend were to be able to present the court with a second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. May I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly! I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Oh boy. Dude never provides any evidence and always insists you get more. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be in there somewhere, but I haven't found it yet. Oh dear. Looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Runo. You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. Some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyways, was it not? I have no relation to the man.
Hold it!
So 2 months ago, in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the desk. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. Doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed. There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. Only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. There's nothing more to add on that note. Let's return to the witness testimony. I love that these guys folded. I love that.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me thought we was just popping over for a natter after all them years, but the rotter had a dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? You mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know. Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China. The cheeks.
Excuse me.
Hey, what's up? Something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Oh, who, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together? With Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah. Hey, you're holding it. He's eating a damn pear right there in the court. Yeah, with Ash, I mean. You look at him now and his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't pat him and Eve it? What? That's Ringo! But when we was younger, we was from a poor part of town, just like us. That's all. But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. Or blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Miverton and Skulkin's milk run? What the hell? That was a corker, eh? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Boy, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Add it to their testimony. Milvertons, huh? Milverton. Is that a name I was supposed to recognize? Must have brought them inside their Lucy lockets. My lord. Yes, counsel. Brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Who can say? Huh. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run. Gore, them were the days.
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm gonna regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals. That's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. Watered down the milk. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? A business name? This business was just a bit of fun, you say? It was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved. Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's mill run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. I thought a clever clogs like you would have worked that one out. That's... Is that his real name? Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this dribble? That's why he's got the M on the thing. Let me guess, you don't accept anything the two witnesses are saying. Doesn't he have a big M on his cane? Am I remembering that right? And we were like, yeah, why, your name's Eggs Benedict. Why do you got that? Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... It weren't the appiest of ohms that one came from? Oh. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much his wife walked out on him. Took the name Graydon then, see? Dash will always be Milverton to us. Egbert Benedict was the mask on the mask that is Graydon. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all buncombe. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, huh? Are there not, like, written records anywhere that we can have to, like, confirm this? You're a communications officer attached to civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Oh, okay. Thank you. Hashtag bring back Susato. I wish, Torshek. I wish. Also, hello. Ah! So now is he gonna fold and be like, okay, yeah, I lied again. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well. Yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and it could turn out to be extremely important. Whose last name was once Milverton years ago. Childhood friend of the Skulkin brothers. I'm pretty sure he did testify. I have no idea what these people are. I don't listen to these people. All of a sudden, we seem to be up at our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. Who can say? It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, the break-in at Windibanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was horribly murdered. Permission to treat this witness liar as hostile, Your Honor. Witless liar as hostile. Only there was some link between the two men somehow. We just figured it out. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key headway with the cross-examination here. Could be those two brothers. Your communications officer couldn't possibly steal government information. Sounds precisely use the Pakistan Morse code. Some low-class brick-making negotiation. I have no relation. I know there was a dodgy secret, we wouldn't have touched it. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run. Oh. Okay. Where does it want me to present that his name is that? I thought I remembered him having a line where he was like, I've never seen these people before in my life. Story mode? What? Taking his time.
Objection.
Where did the milk run occur, Precious? He said he has no relation to the brickmaker. Am I crazy? Was the brickmaker named Milverton? There's no way. Oh my god! God damn it. I completely forgot. I didn't even realize that they gave us his name because everyone always calls him Mr. Mason or the old brickmaker. I completely forgot about this. Oh, brother. Okay, well, I mean, that's damning. Who? The brickmaker who died, in case, like, 3? Grace fired Mason Milverton. Darn. The old brickmaker? Mr. Mason Milverton? I've never heard of that guy. He died in, like, chapter 3. Which at this point was probably, like, a month and a half ago. Tell me, why'd you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, I had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please. Counsel! I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with Mr. McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Where did you summon that never you put in Tim's chat? What? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh yeah, he did say I've heard of that guy, not I've never heard of that guy. English is a funny language. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say, saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton. Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? Who's allowing this chicanery? I don't... I believe I mentioned earlier. Your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service, and it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. Truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Ah! Good breakdown. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. See, what's crazy here is, like, we've been going down this whole road, and we're getting a lot of good progress here. But this isn't the trial at hand. This is just laying groundwork to prove that he was in the freaking building. Which he still denies. That's what all of this is for. We still don't know. There was a third gun that we haven't found. There might still be a whole lot more we have to prove. Unless freaking, like, the Grand Emperor God King Chief Justice shows up and just goes like, this trial is over. Which I'm almost half expecting, but we'll see. That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason, in illegal dealings with Mason McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information, being sent in secret government communications, and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Grayson concocted the elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. Huh. There was a third gun on the grassy knoll. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learnt of the situation, you appeared at Windibank's 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Ah, we never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Windibanks was killed, it was the only thing that was moved. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone, the music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera indeed. The question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. And can't he just say, well, where is this magical second disc? Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Hey, his arm's bleeding. That's good. Sir. There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? Ah! 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 went into our boy Sholmes' pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. The old metal detector trick, they call it. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? It's completely unrelated to this. He's got you now, me old China. Oh god, I love these two now. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence under any don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust such common backslum thieves. What? Still hilarious, it just exploded Mr. Schulm's video game weak spot. True. I told you, my actual sons. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windibanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. As you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. Brother, you've doomed yourself. You've lied. Everything, you're fucked. But that's all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets? Negotiating with Mr. McGilded? Oh my god. Still got the moves though. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. Not going down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Is? I'd like to think that I died fighting over something in a pawn shop in a past life. Is that I mean, that's a hell of a way to go. Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the two firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Schulm's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can roll with that possibility of the man shot himself. Which means Gina could not have been the one to shoot him, because she was holding Windibanks' gun. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder. Oh, goodness. Ah. That's right, Mr. Graydon. Ah. The only person who could have possibly shot Mr. Windibanks that night is you!
Hold it!
Oh boy. Ha ha ha! You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide that fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built up for myself as a communications station. At the key? But did this thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? Possibility that I was there at the scene. I might have witnessed the crucial moment. You see? Wait. This makes me a key witness in the case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You what? This friggin' goon, man. Current classic. I don't remember a defense. Very popular with CEOs and politicians. Order, order! Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. He's got your goose, old China. Oh, I understand fully. And I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Okay. There's a million thoughts running through my head right now. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. Ouch. When Windibanks threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see through the peephole of the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. Saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. What? Then she tossed the gun out the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. What? Insanity! Good gracious, this is quite an extraordinary testimony. Oh my god. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Oh my goodness. Order, order. It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. That's how he's explaining the blood on McGilded's coat. Okay. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of those details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Oh my god. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, he was showered in his blood. You say the blood splattered over the accused's coat? Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? We didn't know. Did anyone, like... Do I have, like, a picture of... Oh god, is she wearing the black coat? She is wearing the black coat, damn. I mean, there's a million places we can go with what we have said so far in this testimony, but... Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. I have the blood sample, but they don't respect that evidence. Yeah. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. What if this brilliant German scientist's name was Herr Locke? There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. Reagent? With your lordship's permission. Oh, Jesus. Yes, man. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. Huh. This doesn't look good, Bruno. Why not? Well, we know, don't we? That there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals... Oh, help, you're right! I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Don't move, Ginny. I'm gonna shoot. Orange or something? Purple? But that's not Mr. Windibank's blood. That stain was from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood. From when he was stabbed by Mr. McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the same time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Von Zeeks, make it so. With pleasure, my lord. Say that like that. While we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Oh boy. Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Tina will be... Counsel! Yes, my lord. Cross-examination. Of course, my lord. This cross-examination doesn't go well. If I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I might have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Oh boy. Note that Von Zeeks knows a German scientist. Okay. Do one of these real quick. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was near the entrance to the shop. That makes sense. Mr. Winterbank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we're just regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, wringing my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. I was wrong. I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. I pulled my gun on the old fella. And that soon made him scarper. Pair of you setting up the poor defenseless pawnbroker together? Setting a pawn. Shame on you! Sorry, Gov. Winterbank threw Nash over the counter. I felt a sharp pain in my arm. You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes. But I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. At exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. The bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to the doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. Oh my god. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Mr. Winterbank intends to shoot you, do you think? Well, no, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled my gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way, and then he scarpered through the door out back. At which point, what did you do? Pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see through the peephole.
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole to the door you mentioned? Unsurprisingly, the storeroom door's a solid job made of stout wood. There's a small opening in it about head height that lets you see what's in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. Up. What about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went through the peephole as well? Not likely, Gov. We didn't see nothing of the sort. I doubt these 2 buffoons were even aware of the people's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winterbank take place. Huh. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. Defendant? Yes. But neither of them noticed I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then? What did you see next? Used in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee for safety.
Hold it!
Yoki. Wounds reopen when you dramatically strike JoJo poses. I believe it. And also I have now borne witness to it. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windibank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. As we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no. It wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windibank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun rounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun. Broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. But no other gun was found at the scene. Hahaha. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. What? At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. Chilling image, I must say. Christ. I saw the blood splatter all over the wretched girl.
Hold it!
All over her. Yeah. Through the peephole, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now. But with the coat being such a dark color. I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Windibank's blood, is it? No, that's right. Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago. So annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't. So unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Bother. Then she tossed the gun out the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape.
Hold it!
What a fanciful series of events that he's like, I don't know why I did it, but I decided to just run through and watch through the peephole. And then I saw the girl was in there, and she shot him in the back, and then threw the gun out the peephole that I was looking through. And then I picked up the gun and ran away. And now the gun's gone. I don't know. I stole the murder weapon, as you do. Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? The direction of the storeroom door to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, but then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. Why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there, in case any more tragedies took place. Oh my goodness. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yep. It was yours truly. Alright. May you please present this third gun? You better fucking hope it's not emblazoned with a big fancy M like your cane. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. The clean up? Oh, clear up. No, he did say that. He made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute Ear told us to tidy up. Thinks of our what? He thinks he's our bloomin' mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Ugh. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
You little toe rag! Excuse me.
To be fair, Case 1 Ryu literally picked up a murder weapon. That's true. Gentlemen! He didn't pick it up and run away with it, though. Uh, 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 uh. Having a bit of a go at it. Something wrong, sunshine? That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin? Blimey. This D's a bit of a hooligan, ain't he? What was just going on? You saw him, he grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said. Didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down to the station? And why didn't you? Because we didn't know nothing about it. Or the flaming peephole in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are ya? Or blimey. See the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this D gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite so worked up as that. He would normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweet and light, no matter what I say to him. Yeah, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. My lord! Pressing your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the results of the test that we ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood on the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. Oh boy. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of splattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me! Oh my goodness. Wow, he's got all sorts of moves, huh? See, what did I tell you? No, the blood on that coat isn't Mr. Windibank's. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case. Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom. Dude looks like he's auditioning for a musical. Do not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? Yeah, facts come to light. What the hell? This friggin' jackass? Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. Ah, but that was... I call it a bally disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. Huh. How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help to answer that problem, Pop-Out. It can't be done! But... we use Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated chemicals. Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. Did you put faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I held out Pirotsky to starving boy and he ran away crying. What? Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How'd you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was splattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Grayson could have possibly known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Ah! My lord! Been a long battle, this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman? As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir!
Guilty.
Oh,
Guilty.
Jesus, here we go.
Guilty.
We're gonna get one more summation examination.
Guilty.
Judge, watch your wig! Watch your wig! Ah! Okay. It would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful. Ah! Probably said equally unsuccessful. I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how is it all unraveling on me so fast? Ooh. How very distressing. Be held in such low esteem. Is this Sholmes? Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer? Deliver the report now. That will be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Ah! Oh, that beautiful bastard! Mr. Sholmes! He's done it again! What is the meaning of this? Oh, baby. Order, order, order! What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital. As well I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? It's just like the RTJ movies. It's just like it. Oh my god. Sholmes didn't have a mustache. I guess you couldn't see it again. I knew from the dialogue, not from the face. Early, it's really you. You're awake at last. Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? Huh. What say you to this, Lord Von Ziegs? This trial's taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly! Having spent so much time already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Ugh. He's so awesome. He's the best. Very well then, counsel. You have 5 minutes. Beautiful bastard. I cannot stress how much recency bias Sholmes has. Sholmes is probably my favorite Ace Attorney character. Ace Attorney only has banger characters. There are so many amazing characters, and Sholmes might be my favorite out of all of them. Every single time he appears on screen, I have like an ear-to-ear grin. He's just the best. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright. I'm all wrong. Sorry. I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Let's make the discussion as short as possible. Hurley, this place is full of idiots. Sholmes might also be mine for all the reasons you like him and even more. Oh, God. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. From... what? A leaving present from Miss Susato. From Miss Susato. If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. He knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhanded. And that you, Mr. Naruto, fighting fairly as you are, wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. That very moment of crisis, you were given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? The door maker? The cat door maker? The cat door maker. What the fuck do we do with the cat door maker? Huh? Check the shop photos. The Ginny and the one after? What? No. There's no way. Oh my god, it didn't have a fucking peephole. No way. That's crazy! Because they keep talking about the desk. Every time you looked at these two pictures beside each other, they just kept saying the desk. There's something on the desk. But this was here the whole freaking time? That's so awesome. So you could have absolutely seen it. I was so scared Tim saw it when you were looking at them a couple weeks ago. That's crazy. Oh my god. No way. Okay. What is this? Oh. It's the machine I made. Ah. Hey, Waka High. Look, I used this. It's my latest invention. What? What is that? Saw what? These two pictures, when I was supposed to compare them before, all the dialogue was based around the desk. They focused my attention on the desk because they kept saying something on the desk must have changed between the two pictures. But the door over here at 1 a.m. doesn't actually have a peephole. But at 1:30 it does. Which means that somebody used the freaking this invention on it. I call it the cat flap-o-mat. I was too distracted by the desk and the lamp. I mean, that's what all of the dialogue was focused on. That's so awesome that that was there the whole time. And it's possible that you could have seen it and you were just sitting there the whole time being like, why does the door have... That's so weird that the door got a flap in between those 30. That's insane. That's so awesome. I can make a cat flap for a furry friend like Wagi in seconds. Goodness, what's Susie up to? Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. No. What? Didn't she say something like that? Really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say, I've been a complete failure. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Windibanks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic, then. Susato-san used this cat flappomat that night, but why? Cat flappomat has been entered into the court record. Compact machine for the rapid creation of small flaps and larger doors to allow cats to come and go freely. Holy. Hey, this is the 7th time. Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already? I definitely spent more than 5 minutes gushing about that, yeah. Grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, detective. After all, the die is cast. Huh. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo! Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests. Time to think. I mean, it's gonna be a summation examination, but I want more cross-examination for sure. I'm gonna hit story mode, but okay, yeah, it is more cross-examination. Further cross-examination. This game's so good. It is so freaking good. I am so glad I decided to just give myself a day to just play something that I want. The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of the existing witnesses. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord, summation examination would end the trial if you couldn't convince them, and they're not as ill-informed as usual. True. Your lordship, interrupted cross-examination. Thank you, officer. Very well. Cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. Oh, wow. Yeah, we never went back to this? Yeah, we did never go back to that, huh? So nobody can say anything then. Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. The court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd! I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its right to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I've decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. Single chance to present evidence. In following that, the situation remains unchanged. I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further, my lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. High time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Sholmes, no! Mr. Sholmes! Damn is right. Oh, man. And so insouciantly, what the hell, before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. What happened to Sholmes? He was shot. And then, well, technically the bullet didn't get him, but one of his vials, like glass vials, exploded against him. And then the doctor was just cutting around inside of him trying to find it. And he was on a bunch of experimental medicine, so anesthesia. So he wasn't doing so good. Apparently he had a high fever, so it was a challenge for him to even be standing here with us today. Oh yeah, I knew that already. There you go. Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? One chance. One shot. Yep. One statement. One piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down. Or Iris. Okay, so I feel like I need to use the cat thing. So it's probably going to be him being like, oh, I looked through the door. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then. Under the terms I've outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. Ooh-wee. Oh, they still give you 5 bits of health here, huh? I think I'll save. I still need the entrance to the shop. That's not it. When Winterbeck's threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. That's not it. Shoot the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. Okay, this is potentially... Now, do I present this, though? Or do I present... I don't actually... I think it's going to be the Cat Flappo-Mat. I'm going to hit story mode and see what the game does for me here. Oh, thank God. I was on the wrong thing. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter of the wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Okay, so this is where you have to use the peepomatic? The peepomatic? By the way, how about a remote of you in Ryunosuke's outfit saying objection with the pose included? If you can force there, that cannot, it's impossible. Maybe on Twitch, something like that would be possible if you got very, very, very creative. On YouTube, there's no way. I want you to post an emote into YouTube chat and see the size of what you're working with. You can't have that much detail. Even just me dressed as Ryunosuke, it would be impossible to make it out. What on earth is that eccentric contraption, counsel? It's my cat Flappo-Mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. You can cut through any door you can think of. Make a new little door in the middle of it. That's why a lot of people you'll see have emotes that are just letters that you can type. You can make fancy messages with letters because you have such... The emotes are so small on YouTube, you can't do lots of details. Any door you can think of and make it a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please, without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. Ah. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Damn, oh well. Yeah, I mean, there's a ton of emote ideas that I would absolutely love to do. That YouTube is just, the platform is not ready for that. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. No, he didn't. Cashew, he deserves the death penalty. What? Huh? Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windibanks had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yeah, the 3 of us were together, and it was recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at that time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime for pity's sake? Yes. How could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright. Time to strike the final blow. The peephole didn't exist when you were there. What I mean to say, my lord, my assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such a time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. Oh, feels so good. What? No!
Objection!
This is a farce! Are you really suggesting the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions? This is the most serious act of vandalism, for which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Ah! I love this theme. This is only the 2nd time we get to hear Ryu's pursuit theme in this game. Riddled with. Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident that peephole did not yet exist, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Order, order, order. Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection.
Oh boy. None whatsoever. As my learned friend must surely realize. Yeah, exactly. This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything could cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy, Cooey, time for dinner. What? Did she make that in the fucking the judge's like the courtroom? Well, young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make a cat flap in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet. Don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom door at Windibanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove it was. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps my cat flapomatic creates are all fixed size, and the dimensions of the people at Windibanks are an exact match. Old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned student's friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. Okay. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? Prosecution demands proof of your answers. Ah! What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Von Zieks? Very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. Now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. Ugh. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove that the peephole was made by my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. What? Oh boy. The Susato come back. Indeed, that is so. Lord Von Zieks. Well, counsel? Don't give up now, Runo. We do have proof. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I can do this. I know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door in Winterbank storeroom was created after the event and not before. Did this do? That.
Take that!
What are you? Print from the detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman. Which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. The necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel? This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. It also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But, more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. It really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom, completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Ah. Mr. Graydon. You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done because, at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is nothing but lies, is a catalog of lies. We got him. Order. Satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. Witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. Oh boy. Not the only thing we know now, but we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. All my reading comprehension is gone, and I barely had any to begin with. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. But more importantly, GGEZ. Graydon to cry done. Credence, the belief that something is true, or the quality of being believable. Good lord, there's more, Lord Von Zieks. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury, but that's no proof that this man is the victim's killer. And we still haven't found the third gun. Yeah, that's right. If you would like to give us that third gun that you removed from the crime scene, that would be great. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all. Yeah, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I'm the victim here. Oh, please. No. Don't believe this. But they're right, as it stands now. I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris? You know what they say. There's no point in locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Runo? What? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon. Do they say that? I've never heard that before. Hello, Poi. How's it going? Not only did you give false testimony to the courts, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What? I mean, he knew that the coat was covered in blood. This is provocative talk, counsel. I live. That's good. Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in which in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something that he shouldn't have known anything about, namely the bloodstains on the coats. Bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. Why does he have a bloodstain on their jacket? Because they were the person who was shot at the crime scene that we were trying to discover who that person was. It was him. That's right. The victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. How could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole and the... The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. The nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. But let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously I... Ah! Ah! Oh, man. Got me. He shouldn't be moving that arm. No. I mean, he's still... It's not stopping him from doing JoJo poses, though. Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole on the door was made after the incident occurred, and once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Damn, got me again. This person, friggin' Egbert, I'm going crazy with how much this man just keeps pivoting. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yeah, of course. Place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads had to go thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have... I forgot Nash and frigging Ringo. We're still just standing here the whole time. I gave the order to have the officers working around the clock in shifts to get through them all. But where's the second disc? That's true. We still need the second disc. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Yeah. Therefore, should have known nothing about the peephole on the storeroom door. The fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection.
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Von Zeeks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. Really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you... Permission denied. Oh. Not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that people. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes. But the defense believes that the details of the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen... I'm gonna be distraught if Gregson, my brain is going through fire right now. I'm gonna be distraught if he is not up to code. This has been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony, and in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Who's the person in question, counsel? Who gave the witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? I don't want to say it's Gregson. I don't want to, but he's the only person on this list that makes sense. And when I say makes sense, I mean could be. Like, it's not going to be Sholmes, it's not going to be Iris, it's not going to be the dead guy, it's not going to be you. You're you. Remember their whispers? Yeah, he was whispering to friggin' Nash. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. What about if it's the judge? I doubt it. Oh my god. I clicked story modes because I was too scared to click it. Could only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. No, oh yeah, he was whispering to Eggert. You're right. He strangled Nash. Oh shit. Consider the fact that we've only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for this testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. While the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communications station. Until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until time as he was summoned? Till then, reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. And he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received that information? So that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin? That's correct, yes. The only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chamber during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. I think Ryu's arm guard is such a cool character detail. First time these two laid eyes on each other was after the proceeding resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view of the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. Ah! But they did, they did. I just remembered something, Runo. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Oh yeah, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilded's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seem to be having some secret discussion. Insane. By the way. Hello, Starfish. How are you? It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag. You're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away any confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain, but perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. Ah! I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Malfeasance. Well,
Objection.
Good, been playing some Horizon Zero Dawn. How about you, Cashew? It's been going great for me. Becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty. Wait, did he say student? He didn't. There's no way he said sorcerer. Okay, he did say student. I had to double back because I was like, wait, did he actually say sorcerer? But with the stakes so high, the prosecution's not prepared to listen to baseless charges. Incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? Court must see proof of this alleged deal. Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon. Then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it! What do you think it could be? Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. The second disc. I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Mr. Gregson had with the witness? I'm going to guess that it is this, and we're supposed to, or this maybe, and it's supposed to be the second disc. Maybe, I don't know, but I'm gonna hit story mode.
Take that!
Oh, thank God. Okay, it was the second disc. Inspector Gregson! Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? Oh, I guess the newspaper article would have also worked. They were very generous with this then. Classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bleeding Nora could you... We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded. The game does have some answers where multiple evidence pieces work. That's very nice of them. I appreciate that. Special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secret. So, I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Gregson in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little... Ah! Insanity. Crazy. Order! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this. This jam. I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Fine. I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilded's been taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. That explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume? Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of it myself. I realized that there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness. To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known about the existence of the people. The only explanation, a deal was struck between these two men. No, God! Damn, man.
Objection!
Holy. If, and I stress, if this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this courtroom? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector would have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No. He would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then you mean to say? Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second desk actually on his person? Yes! The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. They could only struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before, and Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. Oh boy. However, it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement. Then I'll happily submit to a body search. Alright, he doesn't have the disc. He's gonna agree to it? Oh boy. I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you'll be deemed unfit for court service and this trial will end. My country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. Been in the palm of his hands like fish and chips all along. No! That sounds serious. Indeed. To have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government would be able to overlook. You're just threatening Runa because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. True. Can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. No way it would be inside the fish and chips. No way. Could you imagine? That'd be amazing. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, counsel. You know the implications. Let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord? You still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects. Can we say to search friggin' Eggy? Why the hell did we not search Eggsy anyways? I feel like that's the obvious one, but, okay. Is it literally just gonna be, let's search Egbert? Because I would be flabbergasted if it was that easy. Is the disc making the fish and chips infinite? Oh, it's like a JoJo stand. What the heck? Well, don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nipponiese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I'd save. I've got nothing to hide. What's the worst that happens? Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects. No, no, no. Ah, the wet slap! The defense demands a search, not the Inspector Gregson, but someone else. Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. I hope you've been saving, not for a while. I'm definitely gonna save before they ask me to pick the person, even though I want to search either Nash or Egbert, but Egbert definitely. Egbert shouldn't have to put up with all this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you. Oh, Iris? Bruno's doing what you all told him to do, and having the courage of his convictions. You should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way! British pride! Yay! Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Don't be so hasty, my lord. I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today. I'm fairly sure that I know who has the disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Counsel, who do you possess? Well, let me just do this real quick. That's a judge is a good guy. He is. It's Windibanks! No, I mean, it's gotta be freaking Graydon. This is the Omega obvious answer. This is the, like, kind of crazy answer. I can't remember when he was strangling Nash. I can't remember if it was after he made the deal. And maybe that could work into it, but I'm gonna go with Gregson, or sorry, Graydon.
Take that!
And then we'll see. Defense demands that he be searched at once. Oh, you know what? I should have tapped story mode to know immediately if I fucked up. Very well. I presume you will not protest, Mr. Graydon? Au contraire. Uh-oh. Cashew, how could you think something so stupid? Okay, well, and so the brief body search was carried over the court bailiff. Short minutes later, revealed that Graydon had nothing unusual on his person at all. Okay, well, we're gonna reload, but I have to see how this plays out. Why would he return the disc? I mean, the second disc was never found, right? We still don't know who has the second disc. So I assume that Egbert got the second disc from the box whenever he went and raided the place. So I assumed it was still on him. The miracle never happened. That British people meant stealing other people's shit. That's true. That'd be really funny. It was Roy who had the desk? What? Oh, Ryu? That only cost us one thing? Well, counsel, I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today. But we've been sure Egbert gave it to Gregson just now as part of the deal. Yeah, but they gave me the option to back down and search somebody else. And Gregson was like, yeah, search me, go for it. I don't care. So because they said that, I was like, oh, okay, so Gregson, that means Gregson doesn't have it. There's no way Gregson has it. Well, I don't know. Wait. There's no way. Did Gregson say that during the recess he went to go speak with Strongheart? I feel like he said something about, I don't know if he said he went to go speak to the Chief Justice. Because if so, you were on the right track earlier. So it is fucking Nash? There's no way. God damn it, it is Nash. He spoke with the judge. Okay. Well, I never. Me? Him? Oh god. Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Inspector? Scotland Yard, has to object to the search. Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Von Zeeks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But, personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course in this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search. Now, hold on, Amo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out! Here, my lord. In this witness's pocket. I found this. That's why they talked about how out of character him randomly attacking Nash was. I remembered the scene, but I didn't... Good lord, that's... Another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it. Nothing. Oh boy. That's the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Oh boy. Order! Mr. Skulkin, what do you have to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett, just Gordon Flamin' Bennett. I swear I don't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck was between this witness and this detective, no? No question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Now we really play that funky music, learned Nipponese boy. Oh boy, okay, that's the last of my drink. Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? Well, he was choking Nash. It was, yeah, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. You left the pawnbrokery that night. By any chance the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. Mr. Graydon answered my questions. The inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by the coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he did it all. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing. I'd been born as a brother, I was. A brother? And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly started to grab me and whistle like that. He started shaking me. Why the blazes did you mention the third gun when he got down to the station? That's what he said. Yelled it right down my ear hole, he did. Your ear's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Bless my wig, he hid it? You... I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. The detective had acquired the disc he was after. Why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have just submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? The man himself revealed earlier his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were cover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush. Top secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from a confidential government communications. It would seem that if the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing that there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. This means you only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him. Slip the second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense. Damn, it's always the police. Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Admit to it? Yours truly? Please. Mr. Graydon! Clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. How many times do I have to corner this asshole? However, there's no proof I passed the disc to the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yeah, I lied in my testimony. That I admit. So sentence me accordingly. But that's all I admit. Murder? Leaking government secrets? Striking a deal with the detective? All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. You what? This friggin' dude. Oh my god. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? You admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I'm acting in the best interests of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. Oh boy. How's the case going? It's going good. It's never ending. Every single time we corner this asshole, he pivots and goes, oh, well, yeah, I've commit perjury. Yep, I did it. But I didn't do any murder. I didn't do any of that crap. But yes, I did lie in my testimony several times, and you've caught me. I love you. Susato, save us. I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. What the hell? Very close to the end now. The life. La vie? I believe it is time that we put the matter of the jury for their final... put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Well now, as a fellow servant of the Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective. Really. Graydon is a highly skilled operator, currently in presence of idol. Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it. These 6 jurors they're gonna believe Gregson. If they declare their decision now, isn't he gonna be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're gonna lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank and stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, counsel. I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is. Unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. If I let the judge call it on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gino will be found guilty. So there's no choice then, Runo. You have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Leave it to the jury. I'm gonna hit story mode here. I'm baffled. Gregson, okay. Victor Gregson, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. Eh? What's that then? You refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today. Then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. My last chance. Looks like I'm gonna have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit the deal he clearly struck with Graydon. I have no fucking clue.
Take that!
The disc. I hit the story button there, but the only thing I could think of was it would be so easy as to just beat the disc. The first disc of 2, which has already been placed in Mr. McGilded's special music box ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered in place as well. Goodness! This disc, counsel? No, wait, I can't let you do that. I can't let you get close. Good thing there's an anti-cheat button. I do like that. Why not? Because it's got nothing to do with this case. That's why.
Objection.
Not true, Inspector. The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier in this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad. If you let that secret information go into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot. Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness, that you continue to lie to the court, and all because by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my clients. I don't care who I make an enemy of. God damn. Whew. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds played by that music box. Come on, Von Zieks, for Pete's sake, stop them. Oh my god. Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul. Sick. +1 Zeke's respect. For real. Very well. The defense's stance here, and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, The court will now listen as the music box is set in operation once more. This time with the second disc in place, and both discs playing simultaneously. Oh my god, so we are actually gonna play it? Oh! Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Alright, I admit it. Whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that blooming box up. I thought, like, Gregson was gonna, like, shoot the box or something. Damn. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Braden? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for the music box disc? Reveal the existence of the people in the pawnbroker's storeroom door. I did. Woo-wee! Stop! What are you doing, man? All exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess and we were stood here in the stands together, that's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up! You there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? May have something you're looking for, Inspector. With me at this very moment. How about a trade? I suggest you accept. For information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public in... I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. I think Von Zeeks is starting to like Rio. Well, he is still supremely racist, so who knows? It's 1 minute he's like working alongside me, and then the next minute he's like, "You Eastern sorcerer with your cheap tricks," and then I'm just like, "Oh, okay. Well, we're back to square one. I see." The peephole in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongfully accused of murder. But he's now -1 racist. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. Oh yeah, I forgot about that line. I hate two kinds of people. I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made the night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? I think racism is worth a -2. There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windabank. Ah, you. Oh my god. Traitor! What the? Nobody? Nobody's gonna stop him? Nobody's gonna stop him. Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man at once! Unbelievable. That's it then. It's all over. Despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. The inspectors just die? I hope not. There was like a snap sound, and then he stopped moving, but I mean everyone stopped moving in the scene, so I don't know. I'll wait to cross that bridge. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. The little money they had was never spent on me. Mods, put coal in his stocking. He did. I will see. So I set about studying to better myself, but one day escape from that hellhole. You eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me at the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. McGilded. You're a fiend with a queer talent. Where talent? Oh, you are? I've got money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me a little plan now. Boy. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office. It was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. For that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yeah, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right, he was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Oh. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. Poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've gotten the score with me. There are 2, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. How I had to make the 2 discs. Thereby splitting the information in 2. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. First involved the first of the 2 discs in the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. Good lord. What happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of the deal, the exchange of the second disc. Yep. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already. It seems he became reluctant to part with his money. That doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. Why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself? When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. At the time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it. Understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Like I'd never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him. He never returned home. Oh. It's only then that I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was. After 10 years of not uttering it, I swore on my father's name. Exact revenge. Revenge? So he somehow set fire to the thing? What the hell? Anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man would no doubt be able to imagine. McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. Oh, smash! I knew it. They were pirating games on those discs. No. Crush any semblance of justice in this trial. What? Crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then. I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. You're willing to pay the price. There are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that... I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything in his favor in the courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. Damn. The tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. No. No. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man. Things ready, sir. Follow me into the courtroom. This officer, sooner than I was led to believe. Hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. They're gonna examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. You ever wondered who was responsible? Genuinely, I wasn't sure if we were going to get around to it, but they had mentioned multiple times in this trial that we still didn't know who the person that sabotaged that was, like how the omnibus caught fire in that way. So I had a feeling we were going to come back to this somehow, but I didn't think that it was going to be Egbert. I think that the other two grunts are Graydon's humanoid stands. I don't think so. Enabler of McGoldenface? I don't know what that is. That's right, an imposter hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. Well, I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside. Sent him on a one-way journey to hell. Dang. An eye for an eye. I avenged my father's death. Spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. Loose end. I think it's obvious. Second disc. Father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yeah. There's indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Highway to hell, you might say. Clearly, because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. The first of the 2 discs and the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, a promised 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Winterbank's pawnbrokery? Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I've put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite this way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. Huh. I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it'd be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yeah, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Windibanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How'd you know who you were looking for? In the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns. That he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced that it would be her who had the ticket. So I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. He was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Windibanks to redeem the article. Unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and 1 disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the 2nd disc inside was missing. Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector! Oh, yeah, he's not dead. There you go, see? My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. We started gathering the fellows' positions and examining whether we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard. We had to keep it as quiet as we could. I don't think it was Cashew, it was the main mastermind, thinking about how smart he is. But he could easily have set this off in the shadows. Possibly. We can't rule it out. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the 2nd disc were still there in the shop somewhere, so I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. The help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. Those rats. Those rat bastards. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the 2nd disc was inside? Yep. I slipped it in my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Bang! A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yeah, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Bang. Before I knew what was happening, fired back. Men had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, bullet hit home. Struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. Sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash or Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. That's the whole story of everything that happened at Windibanks on that wretched night. Oh boy. Alright. The gallows with you, I guess. Gina! Innocent of all charges! Yay! Egbert! To the gallows! Also, yay! Earlier, called McGilded a monster. A man used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yep. I think I have. Well, he's like mega dead. He's like beyond dead. He's big fucked. Good lord. Cuff 'em, boys. Book 'em, toys. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Miss Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windibank and the stealing of government secrets. I think he's gonna have a lot. Yeah. Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you'll have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Gregson, there'll be no fish and chips in prison. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Ah, yeah. Time for the final adjudication. The jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Could you imagine? Guilty! 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 Yeah, well, it appears miraculously, somehow, Gina Lestrade is still found guilty. Sentenced to death by hanging. Oh no. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Oh, they are British, so. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We'll now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Yeah.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Oh, blessed day.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
I hardly feel like this show of spectacle is necessary, but that's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Runo, you managed to do it. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Aww. I like that this case is the first case with a pretty satisfying outcome. Case 1, she wasn't truly punished. Case 2 was an accident. Case 3, McGilded won. Case 4 was another accident. That's true. Yeah, when you put it like that way. I mean, we want that in all the court's rules. What, the fire explosions? All courts should have fiery explosions whenever they determine if somebody's guilty or innocent. It's not enough to do confetti. The confetti was child's play. Let's have flamethrowers. Yeah? What? What are you looking at me like that for? Oh yeah, perjury. Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider, 2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? I mean, she was threatened by death, so I think maybe you could be a little lenient, maybe, on this, but... And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windibank's pawnbrokery, but you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems. I never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Aw, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening. Turning our attention to the defense. Determining that, when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, Counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. Oh, my man. To demanding the government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Under duress and a minor. There you go. Duress doesn't matter if you're broke. At least not in the West. Come on, smash a third chalice. I feel it coming. Very sorry about that. It was the only thing I could get, the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he had done, so... If I may say something on that point. Isn't that... Oh, it's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. Huh. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madam. An unhealthy level of obsession one feels. But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones. What? What? Can that really be? Wasn't Morse code after all? Ouch. My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you those discs contain ministerial secrets, Sunshine? This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of government communications. We know McGilded conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. Anyone drinks was the father. Sabotage. That's what I'm assuming it was, yeah, because this was the father being like, let me do the next deal. I'll do it. I'm assuming once he found out that his son was doing some dubious shit, he was like, he wasn't gonna go for it anymore. It's really gonna bother me. Miss Lestrade. Yeah, me lord. What you have seen here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalog of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon? You're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. Who can say? But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair. If you want it to change, you gotta start at home. You gotta change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windibank, proprietor of the pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant Miss Gina Lestrade not guilty. Confetti? Do I get confetti? Yay! Oh boy. Put her on the next boat to Australia. Gina, don't do that in the courtroom! Gina, this is highly irregular. Oh god. That is all. Court is adjourned. What a freaking day. Oh my god. Just us. Maybe we should kiss to break the tension. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my far eastern friend. Ah, oh, despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense of the malice that festered within the Englishman. Despite being a Nipponese, yet at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. Well, that's not entirely true. McGilded's kind of hoodwinked us, but I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire or Great Britain, or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so different on the inside. Oh, maybe this is what Von Zeeks needed to hear to cure him of his racism. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again, here in the courtroom. Did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hoped to look into the eyes of a man I once knew, and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today. Total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer. Whether you like it or not. J'excuse? Alright, I'll wait for that day if I must. Trauma-based racism. Oh, brother. Don't let the Fujoshis hear that. Lock swords. Ada. -2 for racism. Gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. God fucking. No, how many more holy chalices can I smash? So farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. Who's gonna clean up all that glass? That's gotta be a full-time job just to deal with all the glass on Zeke's side of the friggin' courtroom. Not to mention the people he's throwing bottles at in the friggin' gallery behind him. 5:24 p.m. What a day. Oh my god. Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. It's done. It's over at last. Don't let your guard down around the barrack. He'll get you every time. Really suck for you have to clean all that up. But where's Iris disappeared to? Iris. Ah, congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Nara Odo. You believed in me, right up till the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before, see? Kept a promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. Figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. That's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yeah, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently, too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have to thank you for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. Oh, for crying out loud, pack it in! Cute. Smashing bottles, that's a regular Wednesday for an old classmate of mine. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. Aww. I mean, sometimes trust in someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. Kazuma! No, I can't do this right now! Dang nabbit. The way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. What? Oh, Sholmes, you bastard! He was there the whole time. What the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? That voice! It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Ah, yes, it was me all along, I would have said when you finally noticed me. By Jove, he's done it again. Oh, but you people, with your incessant babbling. Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, it was me all along, you see. The best, the best, the best. 10 out of 10, 50 out of 10, 1 million out of 10. I'd assumed you'd be taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happened to be aware of 1 or 2 foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me a leave of absence. The heck? If that's Kazuma, where's Aqua? And Megumi? What the heck? Isn't that illegal to impersonate an officer? Yeah, but everyone loves Sholmes, come on. How can I convey the peak that is Herlock? It can't be done. He's the best character. A very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Oh, be called a close friend of Herlock Sholmes. Thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? Now, you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed. You must have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And, in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. We gotta have a party! We have to end on a party! What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Is anyone who's found not guilty in a trial who's working on winds up dead anyways? Is that it? The very point I was trying to make, as exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Has to be a party where they say Ryu has to pay for it and he yells objection. Oh, yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs? Him upstairs? You mean like God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. Huh? There's some coves like that bog trotter what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure that they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of the world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? I just steal from people. Nothing too crazy. A trait in which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Oi, just give a rest, all right? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are, Hurley. How long have you been there? Herlock just eating shit. That has to be maybe my favorite Herlock animation. That and the boxing one. But the one where he just eats shit and goes flying backwards is so good. Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But, wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. Haha, they had no idea. I like the big belly laugh and the hat flick. this one. The hat flick is also godlike. I'm not sure, really. Beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Hurley. But you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's gonna land you in trouble one day. No, I'll be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bog trotter's stuff, what was in the lug, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving ain't an offense, it's a job, isn't it? I don't think so. Bummer. Still, it's got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto? Well, no. But I never picked a pickpocket. I was never a pickpocket. Picked a pickpocket, what the? I'm arrested for impersonating so many people. Every time I pick up a case, people laugh at me and they say he's too good of a character to arrest. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I could do something for them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. What could Lestrade possibly become? I have an idea based on the movies we watched. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you could do it. Eh. What is it? Aww. Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade! Prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, like I'm off then. Yeah. Goodbye, Gina. Good luck. Otto? Yup. What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Eh? On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh yeah. It's good advice, Ginny. Right. I see. Well. No! I knew this was I knew this was gonna happen. Thanks, Otto. God damn it! Thanks for everything what you've done, for believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. The Ace Attorney is so freaking good, man. Whew. There she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Oh wow, quite the indomitable pick purse. I nearly forgot. I bought the paper outside. It's a special edition and this trial's all over the front page. Pickpockets innocent proven. Innocence proven. Isn't that wonderful? Should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, do you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Well, what do you say, Bruno? Early? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. I'm very much a give me the bad news first kind of person. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. Uh-oh. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain's finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? Don't even tell me the bad news. Huge storm has left the seas very choppy. Channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of the Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Does that mean we can have a party? That's right, if we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. Oh. But there won't be a train, surely? We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Narhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I don't... The great detective does it again! Oh, baby. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. What? I merely make my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. I can't believe we actually got a he's done it again from freaking Ryunosuke. By God, he's done it again. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for then? The London Victoria. God. What the hell? 12 hours later? Urare moment all over again. It took somewhat longer than I had anticipated. This boat must be about to leave now. Miss Susato, where are you? She's just on the dock? It looks like she's on the wrong dock. Like she's reading something. What? Miss Susato, wait! What are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were delayed due to bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. Ugh. And book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now, so we're saying my final farewell. We're saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? I'd be correct in assuming? Because of the peephole, Miss Susato? Oh, I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Yeah, we had a wonderful time. Theme of home. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? The art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband. Yeah, please don't do that again, Iris. That pin's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flappo-mat, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? Then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Windibank's shop with it later that night. Gee. Then... Ah, Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Sholmes! Leave us, Mr. Naruhodo! Right! After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. Doors started to play on my mind. Storeroom door, you mean? Yeah. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. At that moment, the little device I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. That defies the laws of physics that she was able to hide that up her sleeve. These sleeves actually have, like, pockets. The way that the sleeves are designed, there's actually, like, pockets in them. The sleeve itself is like a giant pocket that you can put stuff in. As captured in a photographic print of the shop by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed. It was one of the first... It was of the first importance, that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. So naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. When I looked through the hole in the door... sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier. Trial of Magnus McGilded. I always wondered why they had such big sleeves. Now I know. Yeah, the lining of the sleeve is in itself like a big pocket that you can put stuff in. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from that appearance at the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windibank. Even though I was sure you would never have done such a thing. You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime? That's right. Then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have had to be a way to see beyond the door. Ah. For which, a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? Oh, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even the police? I know. I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. So I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, no other possible means of escape. The truth about the peephole could save him, that was my plan. He really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You would have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. Miss Susato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Miss Lestrade's. Miss Susato. Truth is, it happened. Did it because lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. The moment I allowed myself to think that, the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand using the peephole as a way to implicit Gina. And besides, peephole inconsistencies hadn't existed. Not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Susato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too from my regrets. Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yeah, exactly. Although, some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. The revelation that the music box disc contained secret messages. Mr. Naruhodo! What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. He said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we're talking about secret government communications. Note that they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. Cipher? I see. Then we never could have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. What? I always wondered why they had big sleeves. Now I know. Now kiss already, you two Nipponese. Hey. So. Asogi! What? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said asogi. Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? Oh my god, his secret mission. But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before when the message was playing on the music box. Jesus Christ, Iris! Oh my god. She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. Whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see, there's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying... That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think, based on the Iroha engram, isn't it? And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says asogi? Yeah, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? She's gonna pull out her book. Her book of infinite knowledge has Morse code for sure. Yes, I spent some time studying it. Never mind, Susato just knows everything. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version? Be that as it may. Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. What the hell? They're dropping a crazy bomb on us. Right at the final hour. What can this possibly mean? Whatever it is in that long sequence of supposedly meanest dots and dashes made the color drain from Susato-san's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? The first is A. Asogi. Azuma Asogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc? The second, A. Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. Third, E. Guregusen? Gregson? Gregson? What the hell? Oh, it seemed Tobias Gregson is the 3rd man on the list. What's his name doing on a secret government communication as well? And the last name... It's just so strange, so unexpected. What is it? Don't leave us in suspense. Jay Wilson. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Dad? Holy shit. It only says Jay Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. What in the hell? After these 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down. What the fuck? Now wait 2 years to play the sequel. What the hell? That's crazy. I just can't believe it. Who would have ever thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. But Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Runo come from. Oh, well... No. Not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson. There must be a lot of J's among them. Oh boy. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. We can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. So strange. Somehow, solving the case of Mr. Windibank's murder today? I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. What the what? I do wonder if perhaps The dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Fair point. Yeah, I mean, ooh, honk. It'd be funnier if they made a cliffhanger before they set the fourth name. If they were just like, I can't believe it. The fourth name is, and then credits rolled. No way. That would be cruel. Oh dear, the ship's gonna set sail soon. Yeah, it seems. Sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie. Wish you safe passage, Miss. Can I get a Susato takedown for the road? Thank you all so much. I wish you all the very best. Miss Susato, I hope to have you always at my side to guide me and support me. Hodo, please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. Yeah! Oh. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Don't forget, Iris, I made you a promise that I've yet to fulfill. A promise? What's your manuscript? Ah. Yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Ah. Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah. Remember the first time we met? Yeah, of course. On the SS Burya! When I was dragged out from the wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown. You know very well I'm talking about after that. Strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Miss Susato. My instincts were right. I ain't gonna sugarcoat it. Susato takedown. Boom. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. Man. Video! Yeah!
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least.
Wagahai.
Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will.
You said the thing.
But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Friendship. Yay. Yeah, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes? I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to stew over the special express train, apparently. Huh? Caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Oh my god. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. Huh? Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Susato, you love defending yourself in court. Huh? 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 Alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Objection! Then, I really must say...
Objection!
Oh my god. God. It's so good. I can't friggin' wait, man. Jesus Christ. We gotta play the next game next week. Yippee! Used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. Money I've earned. Consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison. Oh my god. Takumi does it again. Oh god. I didn't realize. I didn't see it. It was still going on. I haven't slept a week. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement for some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts. Oh my god. Ouchie. There he is. Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions. These assholes. Exactly. Rarely do rare Koban coins hide under rare stakes themselves. Well, Ido Nosa knows his father is an innocent man. Witnesses, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments. Oh yeah! God, it's been so long! Hosonaga! My guy! Well, last night I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong! All I did was give Wakahai's offspring refuge in my pocket. A man brings some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. It's not fair! Oh. He brought an animal on board, the Buria. You know that's not allowed. Hosonaga lives! Anime diseases be damned! He put some band-aids on. I was expecting some shit to happen with this fella. Scientific investigation will be the gold standard. I dream of a world governed by tenets of order and discipline. Like a giant clock. In fact, whose hundreds of parts meshed in unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. Yeah, I really thought some shit was gonna happen with him. They kept setting him up so much that I was kind of expecting him to maybe be like what was that guy's name? Like Chief Grant, I think his name was. It's been a really long time. The latest Rants magazine is out, and I'm in it again. Whenever I say the one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Want to hear it? Humph. Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Gant, that was it, not Grant. Glug, glug, glug. That's good stuff. Her ladyship puts me to shame. Remember that World Fair the game doesn't shut up about for a while? Also in the next game. Oh, that's exciting. Freaking Garridib. Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis. Of course, Joni, my old jailbird. Must say, battling with the Bali stairs every day has done wonders for my... What? Managing rather well at the housework too. Got the maid business taped up, I'd say. Hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid. Nice. Good. Whoa. Wasn't Rolly supposed to go to hell? I thought Rolly was gonna like, go to like super prison or something. I'm a better Bobby now. Looking out for Londoners. They're dropped. Hey, pennies. My lovely wife. Oh, pet. Oh, Rolly. I thought Rolly was gonna go to like super prison. I guess he just got like a month suspension with pay or something, probably. And Zeke's let him off because he did it for love. Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for a natter. That ain't too boring. A natter. What's always going on about all them cases what Sholmes is looking into? Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them. Oh my god. That's supposed to be our clue for the future? Oh, brother. Yeah, I announced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime, but regrets? Please. What? Give over, bruv. That ain't the Ash we used to know. We got time in here to plan the comeback of Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, right? The three Musco-Wuzzits? Milking the neighborhood for all it's worth? Brother, I don't think he's getting out of prison. I think he's going straight to the gallows. The other two, maybe. I don't know, but... I feel he admitted to he was doing the like selling of national secrets and stuff. I feel like you don't just get off of that. This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes, wonderful encounters. I've come to realize what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. For now, I'll leave you with many memories. A heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. Aww. Skulkin's never sulkin. Are we looking at the Daruma? Oh no, the photo. Such a good picture. Let me just... Oh, I wanted to take a Steam screenshot. Damn it. I think I got a picture of it. What am I looking at? How is there more? Aww. So these are probably like extra credits that they put on for this like remaster, I guess. Or maybe this was still part of the credits of the 3DS, I guess. Was this on the 3DS or was this on like the Switch or something? So thoughts? I mean, I already absolutely love... I'm such a sucker for these games. I knew I was going to absolutely love it. I mean, this is one of my favorite games I've played in a really, really long time. The characters that they make in these games are so freaking good. They're so good. Every one of the characters I absolutely adored. Even the characters that I hated, I love. But I hated them in the way that I hate like a wrestling heel, in that you're meant to hate them. Oh. I love it. It's like a friggin' the master class in making lovable characters. And I've said before to people, that's like one of the biggest things for me. No matter what type of game I'm playing, I'm gonna love the game so much if it's just like, oh, Kazuma doesn't follow you because that's whenever he passed away. Damn. What would make this Omega peak is if we start like meeting up with our friends and then we're all walking together. I can't. If he starts following me. Okay. That's fair. Oh, wait. We could be traveling together. No! And then we're gonna meet up with Sholmes and Iris. And then Sholmes and Iris are gonna be with us. My stupid friggin' head is covering this up. Beppo! Beppo, how could you do it to us, Beppo? That asshole. Kick him on the way when we're going by. Ugh. Our home. This is so good. I love this type of thing so much. Now the real question, oh, does Wagahai walk with us too? Wagahai's part of the crew too. Iris is definitely gonna follow us. Wagahai, I don't know. Okay, yeah, fair. That's okay. I love that's the picture they used of Zeke's. The boot on the damn desk. Why didn't the cat follow you? I don't know. Wagahai is an important member of our family too. Now, is Jenny gonna follow us? I don't think she is, but I mean, she's in our big friend group now too. Maybe? Oh, probably not. No room for her on the screen, I think. The axe kick is so iconic. Yeah. Man. Shut up. It's so peak. My God. Well, next week. Look forward to next week. Oh my God. I'm a mess. It was so good. God, I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait to play more Ace Attorney. I've always said that, like, I want to stream the original Ace Attorney games, but because I've played the first like 5 or so, like forever ago. Those are the types of games that I would prefer to sort of like watch somebody else play. But oh my god, I need people to know. I need people to understand. This is how I feel about like Heaven Burns Red, where it's like these games are so good, but just not enough people know about it or give it the chance because they're just like, it's a lawyer game. How could it be fun? Like, I remember whenever I was a kid and I bought the first Ace Attorney game, I bought it ironically because I was like, it's a lawyer game. Like, what could it actually be? And then my friends were like, yeah, you shout objection into the DS. And I was like, no way. Oh, God. So good. The reveal of the people is so crazy. I can't believe that the people was there the whole time. Like, you could have seen, if you looked at those photos, that the people was not there. I can't believe that completely flips the friggin' Egbert's friggin' thing on his head. And it was totally there. You could have seen it the whole time. You could have seen it, like, an hour into the damn trial, if you happened to catch it. One of my nephews is named Phoenix, and I call him Nick. That's awesome. Hashtag bring back Susato. I'm sure she'll be in the sequel. I'm sure. Not gonna bash it, but the pacing of these games, what puts me off, the eye-gougingly lengthened. It's eye-gougingly lengthened. Glad you have fun, though. Thank you. I did have a lot of fun. I love it so much. The like ebb and flow that they have going on. This one was definitely the most like evil in that it's like, how many times do I have to freaking back this person into a corner before you finally nail them to the cross? This last case was, but I mean, for the last trial of the game, I expect them to do that. I expect the guy to not go down without a ridiculous grand spectacle and it taking frigging forever to actually put him away. Oh, I want more. I'm too scared to click on special contents because I saw that there is like spoiler stuff in there. Oh, Jesus. Okay. I like the song that was playing on Resolve. Okay, sick. Yeah, we'll do this next week. 100%. That'll be next week's Friday game. I can't wait to play it. But this is where I'm gonna call it for now. I still haven't decided actually what I'm going to stream tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure. Believe it or not, I may actually end up taking it off so I can catch up on other stuff. Maybe, but we'll see. Thank you very much for the stream. Thank you for all the recommendations, Frost. I know you've been pushing for this for a good while, and it's something that I've wanted to do for a good while, but I mean, it's just one of those things where it's like, I feel, obviously, visual novels don't play very well as like live streams, but every now and then I can give myself a game for me, and this is what Ace Attorney is. This is my stream where I can just play something where I am just going to love it and have fun and go nuts with it. So, thank you very much for coming by. I'll hopefully see y'all tomorrow, and if I don't, hopefully I'll see you on Sunday, and if not, hopefully I'll see you next Friday for the sequel? Yeah. Ugh. So, I'll see ya. Good night. Goodbye. Catch you later. Goodbye. Sorry, I passed out. Everyone have a good night. Take care. Goodbye, boy. Have a good night. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, hype the VOD, all that good stuff. Yeah. So excited. Not as much as me. I feel like I'm the most excited person. All right. Good night, everybody.